Hey, my name's Eric. I'm making something I just decided I would call Wisp. 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 It's a web interactive storytelling platform. Uh, been working on it all this year, but it was a kind of a coalescing project. It's still coalescing, meaning the exact thing that's going to become, while it's gotten a lot more firmed up, is still being defined. But a lot of the things I do know, I definitely want them. A lot of the code's already written. There's like some open source libraries on GitHub that I've already put out there, and then pretty soon I'll be adding another one. But what is it about? It's for, you make faces, you have them speak dialogue, show emotions. They're animated. There's these bits and pieces you can use to put faces together, so you can build a face without having to draw everything from scratch. And then also there's speech recognition. You can talk to these things that you create, and the dialogue is designed in such a way that it doesn't get out of control. All the things that you have to do to author the dialogue is made easy. Okay. So I start these streams by demoing what I completed yesterday or recently, but in most cases that's yesterday. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to move on to actually doing some work. But always these streams I start out with a little status update and just show what I got done. So let's do that. Demo. All right, here's my face here. And I can say that I'm pretty much done on the face recoloring for the skin. The original asset looks like this. It's got like this blue stuff here. Let me see if I can get the head. The head's a little easier to understand. All right. So the way the skin colors work is it takes this source asset, which has these blue tones in it, and it changes to another skin color. And I've got 6 standard skin colors defined there based on something called the Fitzpatrick scale. Fitzpatrick scale is just, let me just show it real quick. Fitzpatrick scale. It's like easier to just show it real quick, and then you know what it is at a glance. All right, it's this thing that a bunch of dermatologists came up with for describing the different types of skin people have all over the world. It's not tied to any nationality, ethnicity, or geographic region. It's tied to the traits of skin itself. And it's also used in Unicode emojis. So like when you look at like a thumbs up, and it's got that yellow color, but it's got like 5 other different ways that you can shade the skin on it and modify it to look more like you if you want. That's based on the Fitzpatrick scale. So the other thing I did yesterday was add this mask over here on the right, which is saying these are all the pixels that contain skin on the left. Now it happens that this is showing like parts of the same image over here. It's just because I copied this over. These pixels could be all black. It's just seeing like if a pixel exists over here, that'll be part of the mask, and that's used to define what we're going to recolor. The reason that's important is because I don't want to recolor other stuff that's not skin, like the hair up here. So you can see the hair is not included in this mask over here. I did the same thing with the mouths. There's a mask over here that says this is the skin part, and the other stuff here, the teeth and the red of the tongue, that's not to be recolored as skin, right? And then the same thing I did for eyes. And how is that used in the app? I'll show you. So this is, I think it's light brown skin color. Let's go change it to a different skin color. Go with web face. Okay, let me go to this definition of the face configuration. We'll say, let's do pale white. Okay, we come back over here. It reloads, and it's pale white. Okay, and there's, like I said, there's 6 of them. Let's do the dark brown one. Okay, and all of these assets work with the recoloring. Okay, so while I'm demoing these mouth movements below, let's do one other. White. Okay. These ones down below are called visemes, and they express the mouth frame that's needed to represent a certain utterance. So if you go through these are just all the mouth movements that are needed to speak. Okay. Now, what is this based upon? There's something called Preston Blair lip sync. Okay. So this old Disney animator, one of the founding animators of Disney, came up with Preston. It came up with this mapping of mouth shapes or visemes to phonemes, which are the actual audio sounds that your mouth makes when you're speaking. And it's not like there's a different mouth for everything that you might say. There's quite a few phonemes that can be shared by one. Let me bring up this. Come on. Here we go. This is actually a pretty nice little chart. Okay. So for each of these visemes, or mouth animations, there can be multiple phonemes that match up to it. So like these are basically all the consonants right here, with a few exceptions, or the L, W, and Q, etc. All right. So, I've got all this there, and I've used this before. I've used this Preston Blair lip animation thing, actually like 4 or 5 projects. But the one that I did most recently, was for a game called The God Killer Chapter 1. So if I go to my channel and I look at old videos, so I find some demo with some talking. Here's a quick one. I think this one works fine.
What are you up to? What am I buddy doing? Bumping the fitty? Cool.
Okay, so that is an example of a game I made that uses this kind of lip animation, and I actually generated a ton of audio files, a ton of what I call lips files, which contain the sequence of speech events or phonemes that are uttered, and I spent hours and hours and hours animating all those. It's actually about an hour and a half of speech animation that I completed for that game, which, you think about it, is a little bit like animating like an entire feature film for just the mouth movements. So it was a significant amount of work. It didn't take me a lot of time compared to other animators, because I made a tool that allowed me to quickly edit all those visemes into place. But still, it does take time, and I'm interested in making like an automated way of generating all those visemes for the mouth animations. But what I plan to do today is load in some of the audio files and the corresponding lips files, which contain the visemes or the mouth animation events, and play them back using this face animation tool. And we'll get to see this character talk hopefully today, hopefully in the next 2 to 3 hours. So the original code that I had for this is in Unity, and I'm writing this on a totally different tech stack. This is React, TypeScript, a few other libraries. Pretty light on libraries though. I really don't like to include a library in the project if I can just write the same thing in a few days or so. It depends what it is exactly, but I like to reduce the number of dependencies I have. Okay, so let me go find some files that I want to use. I'll go find a good line from the game and I'll bring that in. Okay, so from the God Killer, go into here, assets, project. This is a game I spent 4 years on. It's put a lot of work into it. Okay, speech. Here's all the speech. It is thousands of audio clips. Like I was saying before, this is representing about an hour and a half of speech. So let's see, what's this one? This is
not who I am.
Yeah, okay, so just little clips like that. Let me pick a male character that has a decent line. Let's see.
Absolutely not.
That one's not bad. That one's not bad. Let me see if I can get a longer one though.
Could you stay over here?
That works. Let's just take that one. Don't want to overthink it. So we'll copy those. To this lips file. Let me see if I can get a preview. Yeah. It's a simple text file. It's just got a list of phonemes and there's spaces in between. Those spaces, each space counts for 1/20th of a second in delay. And the authoring tool doesn't use something like 60 frames per second. The animation can be much faster than that. It's not bound to that 20 frames per second. The authoring tool uses 20 frames per second because it's kind of like the lowest frame rate that does not introduce problems in how the timing of events is displayed. So I can put these lips files together faster with that than if I was like doing it 30 frames per second or 60 frames per second. And since that frame rate, like I said, is not tied to the display frame rate, there's no penalty to me having it be low, so I kept it as low as made sense. Okay, could you stay? Copy these two. Copy those two items, and I'll paste them over in the web project. Okay, so we go to web face. Okay, go to public. Start a new one for audio. Paste two items, and I want to give them just simpler names. This naming convention is used by the game, but I don't need to reuse it. I can just have it be could you stay, and this one will be could you stay dot lips. Use lips. No, that's fine. Huh. There is kind of a nice thing if I have that text on the end that that the preview will show me that over there. So I'll keep that. Okay. So I added a new directory here called audio. When I go back to my web project, what I want to do is write some code that will load in those two files. Okay, so I have an audio directory there in public. Let's go look at source. Okay, animation, boom, 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 boom. Let's create a new thing called, okay, this is worth designing. Let me do a little bit of design here. Close tabs in this group, and then let's bring up Scratch. Okay. Got a lot of stuff here, but do not need it anymore. Okay. So then, I'm just really feeling the need for coffee. I'm gonna go downstairs, grab a quick cup of coffee, and come back up. Be right back.
Just look away. What a bruise. Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
Violet, I've pushed people by accident.
Rather we not focus on the
That's a
actions.
bad look. He's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine, but don't draw attention to
I don't
herself.
care if she's a pusher.
Right.
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a
They
bit.
want to ruin it for everyone else.
See what they say.
Okay, you're saying
Hey,
she's too
nobody
pushy.
died.
You should be more
Can we
afraid.
get a beard in here? Why is it that hard? She just wanted people to clear a path.
She pushed someone
Oh, she's one of those types.
at first glance, but do we understand?
Wait, just look away.
What a bruise.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
Violet, I've pushed people by accident.
Rather we not focus on the
That's a
actions.
bad look. He's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine, but don't draw attention to
I don't
herself.
care if she's a pusher.
Right.
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a
They
bit.
want to ruin it for everyone else.
See what they say.
Okay, you're saying
Hey,
she's too
nobody
pushy.
died.
You should be more
Can we
afraid.
get a beard in here? Why is it that hard? She just wanted people to clear a path.
She pushed someone
Oh, she's one of those types.
at first glance, but do we understand?
Wait, just look away.
What a bruise.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
Violet, I've pushed people by accident.
Rather we not focus on the
That's a
actions.
bad look. He's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine, but don't draw attention to
I
herself.
don't care if she's a pusher.
Right.
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a
They
bit.
want to ruin it for everyone else.
See what they say.
Okay, you're saying
Hey,
she's too
nobody
pushy.
died.
You should be more
Can we
afraid.
get a beard in here? Why is it that hard? She just wanted people to clear a path.
She pushed someone
Oh, she's one of those types.
at first glance, but do we understand?
Wait, just look away.
What a bruise.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
Violet, I've pushed people by accident.
Rather we not focus on the
That's a
actions.
bad look. He's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine, but don't draw attention to
I
herself.
don't care if she's a pusher.
Right.
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a
They
bit.
want to ruin it for everyone else.
See what they say.
Okay, you're saying
Hey,
she's too
nobody
pushy.
died.
You should be more
Can we
afraid.
get a beard in here? people to clear the path.
She pushed someone
Oh, she's one of those types.
at first glance, but do we understand?
Wait, just look away.
What a bruise.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
Violet, I've pushed people by accident.
I'd rather we not focus on their
That's the
actions.
bad look. He's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine, but don't draw attention to
I don't
yourself.
care if she's a pusher.
What?
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a
They
bit.
want to ruin it for everyone else.
Send the other one to see what they say.
Okay, you're saying
Hey,
she's too
nobody
pushy.
died.
You should be more
Can we
afraid.
get a beard in here? Why is it that hard? She just wanted people to clear the path.
She pushed someone
Oh, she's one of those types.
at first glance, but do we understand?
Wait, just look away.
What a bruise.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
Violet, I've pushed people by accident.
I'd rather we not focus on their
That's the
actions.
bad look. He's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine, but don't draw attention to
I don't
yourself.
care if she's a pusher.
What?
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a bit.
They want to ruin it.
Okay, what's the design? What's the design? So let's see, we got okay, we need to requirements. Load audio file to memory. Load lips events to memory. Play audio. Fire. By Zoom events. From okay, lips phoneme events to memory. Fire by Zoom events from the phoneme. Let's call it timeline. It's kind of dumb to say to memory. Of course, we're going to load it to memory. Of course. Okay, that's it. That's the basics of it. Okay. So my first solution, I'm probably only going to have one. Like I've done this a million times. This code. Okay. So we'll need a phoneme to Visine mapper, so that's going to be ARPABET, which is the encoding language for phonemes. ARPABET to Visine map. All right. Okay, and then we'll have let's see. Call this phoneme util ts. Inside of it we'll have like a map, and then we'll have actually let's just do like an export like ARPABET to Visine like that. Okay. Audio util. Is that what I want? Maybe wave util. Wave file util. Okay. Load. I would love to load both of them at the same time. Could just kind of bind them together. But let's just say we'll have a load wave file. I'll take a URL from URL. Okay, and then lips file util. Load lips file from URL, and okay. do I want to encapsulate those all together? Okay, I'm also going to need speech, timeline. I think that's a class. TS. Might be worth porting across some of my Unity code for that. Just do a little C# to TypeScript. Let's see, timeline, iterator stuff, and God Killer, and maybe port. Okay, what else? What else? Let's do a speech util. Load speech from URL. If I do that, then I could say I'll pass in the WAV URL, and I'll have it automatically find the lips file based on replacing parts of the path so that they match. Okay, what else? What else? But what will that return? I think it'd be great if it returned something called speech, and then speech, I want to be able to say play, and if it plays, it should also fire the events from the speech timeline that got loaded in. So lips file util should return a speech timeline play. Okay, and this is going to use like the pub subtopics to get that to play back. Okay. This is getting close to everything I need actually. So this will have inside of it speech timeline. And it'll have an audio buffer, so I can just play that. I think I also want an audio buffer util. That's going to have some copy over files from other projects. Okay, and that'll be stuff like copying audio buffers, whatever I need to do with audio buffers. Okay, and later on this should also have, not need it initially, but it should have interruption points. So what I can do is I can process the audio and see where the points are where it's silent. And the places where it's silent are where you would interrupt the speech at. So if the line is, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, there might be some detected silence after dog, and then if there was something happening in the game where you need to interrupt that audio, you would say the quick brown fox, and then just stop it right there. You wouldn't stop it right in the middle of a word like the quick brown fox. You wouldn't do that, because there would be this processing of the audio to figure out where the silence is, and therefore the interruptible points in the audio. Okay, I've written this code a bunch of times before in different ways. I think this is going to come together pretty fast. So I'm just going to start going. So this is all going to go inside of speech. And let's do phoneme util first. Okay, add. Phoneme util. This I think I've got someplace. Let me see if I can just find it from existing code. All this code I wrote earlier. All of this code. Face player. New window. Okay. Where is my alphabet? Where is it? I know it's in there somewhere. Where'd it go? Alphabet. Is it not here? I don't think that's right. I think it is here. So let's go source. Huh. Okay. Maybe I don't have it in this project. That's a little surprising, but maybe that's just where I'm at. Okay, so if I go through here. There it is. Was it a case sensitive thing? Okay, there it is. Okay, got this. All right. Alphabet to Blair. Constants. All right, cool. Add. Wow, it's complaining about a word it doesn't know, so I'm going to teach my IDE another word. There we go. Sometimes my IDE teaches me things, sometimes I teach it things. We grow together. Okay, so these are all here. This one on the left, this is the phonetic coding of a sound. A phoneme is a sound your mouth makes. E, I, O, U, P, K, D, S, T, like all those. A viseme is the visual expression of it. Now I already have some constants I set up for visemes. I'm just going to import them. Import viseme. There we go. This one will be viseme rest. Any more like that? Okay, I think S's are all consonants. Let me do search and replace for those. It's going to be viseme cons. Place all. Okay. E. That's E for E. Okay. And then M goes to MVP. New. No. Edit. Undo. Edit. What? Undo. Really? Why are you not undoing for me? Oh, each one is an individual undo. Okay, I gotta do this a little more carefully. I can still do search and replace, but I need to just kind of manually step through it because otherwise it's gonna pick up a whole bunch of wrong stuff. Okay, so I got rest. Control H. S goes to consonant. And we say, I know, I can fix it. I'm gonna go like this. S, and then go. Bam. Okay, that should just get the ones I want. Okay, cool. Place all. Okay. And then M is gonna be MVP. Okay, right? Is it just that one? There's a few. Okay. 3. Okay. E will be E. Okay. A. Oh, it's AI though. Okay. Okay. F is FE. L is L. W is WQ. Okay. O is O. Okay, and then just this one down here, which is just going to be consonant. Okay, that. All right. Then add phonamito. Yeah, I already did that one, I guess. Okay. Import alphabet. Export function. Let's see. No, let's not do that. Do phoneme to, what is it? Okay. And then this will be phoneme. This will be Viseme. If not, let's see. const visim equals okay, I probably need to define my type a little bit better. Okay, I always forget the exact syntax for this, but let's see if I can remember it this time. It's like phoneme string to visim. Do I got it mixed around or something? What's the problem there? Oh, it's not type def, it's type. Okay. And then I do that. So this is an ARPabit to blur map. And come back to here. What we got? I don't know why you would say that. But let's see. Okay. If not visim, we'll just show a warning. Unexpected. Return breast. Okay, otherwise we just return the vising. Actually, it's easier to invert this. Team return vising, and then I can get rid of that if nesting. Simpler. Okay, that's done. That's old trusted code. I can count on that to work. Okay, get rid of that. I feel like the next thing I want to do is more top level. Loops file util, load that in. That'll be a little tricky. I've got a bunch of code for it, so. Okay, speech add. Function. Let's do text. And I'm not sure I'm returning yet. Just for now, let's leave it. Okay, so we fetch from the URL. Suppose this is an async. Const response equals fetch URL. Let's say await. It is asynchronous. Coffee. Okay, and then text equals await response. here, I need to check the status code. If response status not equal 200 or response status not equal, that's the one I have to check for. Is it 301? 301. It's not an or though, it's and. Throw error. Maybe it was 304. Failed to fetch. I gotta see if it is actually 301 though. I think it might be 304. Let's see if I can find some. Yeah, 304. That's it's already in your cache. Just use that. Okay. So once we have the text, we can return load lips from text. Okay. So I know I've written this function a ton of times, so let's just see if I can reuse it. No, not that. Okay, I do want to reuse some code here, but do I want to reuse this code? Because this is pretty old. I think I probably want to bring in the C# code. All right, now I'm hopping over to C#. It's been a while since I looked at this code. Goddamn, there's a lot in here though. Lips file util. This is the shit right here. Not a lot of code, which I like. I know it works, so let me just look through. Is it gonna be a lot? Okay, so this is going to return events back. What's a lips event? Time, yeah. Okay, I should reuse this code. Port it over. So, iterable event. I did think this through pretty well before, so I do want to reuse it. This is the production quality code. It's definitely going to work with those lips files. I just have to do some porting work. Should not be too hard. Yeah, this is a key class right here. Okay, let me just start with this. Come back over here to the other project. Face player. Let's see. Not face player, web face. Okay, head. What was that called? Iterable event? Is that what it was called? Start with that. All right, then. Event iterator, that's what it's called. Okay. Edit, rename. Event iterator. Okay. So then let's just start porting this in. Yep, that works for me. Class, event, iterator. I think I could do this with generics. I might have to learn a little bit. I've not been too successful with generics in TypeScript. So I might have to learn a little bit to do that. But I do like the idea of using events. Just for the moment, I'll go without. Export default event iterator. Okay. And this can be outside the class. So porting some C# code over to TypeScript. Interval, end time. I'm trying to remember what all these things did. Okay, a queue I can do with an array. So let's see. Interface iterable event. And it's just going to have that get time thing in it. That returns a number. Or let's see, is it like that? Is it like that? I think it's like that. Yeah, okay. Okay. So interval events is going to be private interval events, and then it will be okay, interval end time. Don't know why I made these public before. I'm going to start with them private and I'll see if they need to be public. Interval end time number. Okay. In the events, private events, and then this will be just another iterable event. Okay. And then the cursor. Where's the constructor? Let's do that next. Is there a constructor? Doesn't look like it. Oh, here it is. Okay. I'm going to take this, drop it in. Okay, event iterator. And we just go like that. Okay. Events, and it's going to be iterable event. Bam, like that. Okay, and then I'll have to do some sorting too. Okay. This events equals events sort. Now, is that going to sort in place? JS array sort. I don't want W3 schools, I want Mozilla. There we go. So in place, okay. So since that's the case, let's do we pass into it let's see, this events equals events. It's a shallow copy. Let me say this events sort, and then the function is going to be A and B. Each one will be an iterable event. Okay. Then it will be A get time less than B get time. Okay, now it's I want to get this to a place where it's not all full of squigglies. So let's write the code that kind of is right, and then fix the squigglies. Okay. It's pretty nice that the source code that I'm working with is just extremely well tested. Okay, interval events. It's going to be a new queue. This interval events. Does it help to size it at the beginning? No, don't do that. Okay. This cursor I equals cursor start pos. Alright, then let's delete that. Let's get to a syntax-free state. Constructor. There we go. That's going to help a lot right there. Okay, this is wrong for some reason. Okay, so for this I want to return just subtract one from the other, and then it'll do a sign operation on it to get positive or negative. And I don't remember if it's like 1 means the one on the right is here. Let's go check. I can find out. Defines the sort of compare function. Okay. So if it's greater than 0, if we return a positive value, that means A comes after B. Let me think about that. Positive means A after B. So if A is greater than B, this will be positive. Now put A with the greater time later. That's correct. That's what I want. Okay, cool. Interval end time. Yeah, I kind of want to set it to null just because I know this logic that's down here is correct. If I set it to some other value that could be used by the logic, then I might miss a bug. Okay, what? Yep, I just said you can, oh, whoops. No, there we go. Good TypeScript. Good TypeScript. Shows me all kinds of errors that I would not catch in regular JavaScript. Okay, so that's those are the members. Those are there. Okay, this goes with the constructor. That's the constructor. Finish that. Okay, reset. Reset. And cursor. This is the meat of the whole thing right here. This is the hard-won knowledge. All right. C# to TypeScript. Okay, it will return an iterable event. Later on, I might get it to return T. That's preferable. This is just a little internal function. Cursor eye greater than the start position, and this cursor eye greater than equal this events, and not count but length, or this events cursor eye get time is greater than the offset time. Yeah, there are all kinds of like little one-off errors and stuff I fixed on this, and edge cases, and so it's just really nice to be able to bring this in. Okay, pop that down. Okay, there's that function. Float infinity. There is a built-in constant inside of the number type for infinity. Is infinity. What was I passing in? F plus 1f greater than infinity. How am I using infinity? Just to not mess with anything, we'll keep it as infinity. Rename. Use JS built-in infinity. But for now, I don't want to touch too many things. I want it to be working, and then I can touch it. Then I can change it. Okay. So some of this stuff might be a little bit incorrect, a little bit C# appropriate only. Yeah, I don't quite get what this function's doing yet, so I definitely don't want to change it. All right, so It's squiggling because it knows that interval end time can be 0. So again, just to make sure I'm not changing anything, I'm thinking about C# a little bit. If I have a numerical value in C#, I don't initialize it, it will be 0. Is that true? C# default value for was it float or int? Let's do int. Default value is a C# type. It's going to be 0, right? Just trying to do no harm with this port before I start improving it. Yeah, any built-in integral 0, 0. Okay, cool. So with that in mind, do no harm. Let's do 0. Okay, what's your complaint? Okay, I'll get to that. Okay. Okay, that fixes that. Turn this interval events length. Other than that, I'll return default, but that's like null. So let's do null. Okay, what's the issue there? Which part do you think? That's annoying. Okay. So if I have an empty array and I do a pop on it in JavaScript, I believe it returns undefined. It does. Okay. So const event equal this interval events pop. Okay, and here I can just say event null. Yeah. Here we say events equals bam, like that. Okay. I'll say another thing about coding. I find that the old school flow control stuff is more versatile and useful in some ways than the newer flow control. One thing is that there's like some lineage with C and C++ and other languages, C-likes basically, that's shared by both JavaScript and C# and other things. So this code will port across and the logic will work the same. I mean, there might be some really minor differences in how they work, but they're pretty much the same. Whereas the ones like for each filter, map, etc., they won't be the same. And also, they stop you from doing things like continue or breaking out of the flow control, which are often very useful, and also they're a little bit slower. Some of them even obfuscating in some ways. Okay, did I lose track of my curly braces? Because I feel like I'm missing an opening brace somewhere. Because this is like at the same level here. What? If is infinite, you think you're outside of the function scope. Is that it? I'm missing something. Okay, next. Dun dun. Dun dun. Okay, up here, that's opening. And this goes dun dun. This goes dun dun. Then I've got like a curly brace there, which is unexpected. But over here I don't have it, so maybe I did a little copy and paste, add an extra closing. So let's pull that out. No, not there. Here, pull this out. Okay. Okay. Well, this is not good indentation. That's probably confusing me a bit. Okay, better. Okay, and then you come out one. Okay, that's the function return. Okay, that ends the class. Okay, so this interval events length, I don't have to say greater than 0. I can just go like that. Then we say this interval events. I already been through this. I kind of know that I'm going to have to do const event equals this interval events pop, and then I return this. Okay. So that's pretty good. Okay, so that's next, and that's like the main workhorse of this whole thing, and getting pretty close to done there. Let's do a property on that one. Is that and cursor on it? Yeah. Let me see if I remember syntax on this? Return this cursor I equals, oh, I gotta remember, look for double equals this events length -1. Okay. Is it get? Is it in like that? Yeah, that's it. Okay. I think that's a port. Let me think about how infinity is used. Infinity. Say f plus 1 is greater than infinity. What? How do I use this? This interval in time. What was my logic here? At what point would it get set to infinity? Oh, okay. So I say that if the cursor is past the end, then we set it to infinity. Why don't I just call it past end instead of infinity, and then past end. Come into here. So I got that. Now, can I just make this a generic? I would love for it to be a generic. I have to learn a little bit. TypeScript generics class generic class type. Yeah, let's see that. Okay, so you pass in the type. Is there anything where I can say that the type must implement a specific interface? General classes, yeah. Okay, where are they getting num type? I mean, I like that. Is that just a name? Num type, is that just a name? Constraints. Yeah. Yeah. Extends. Okay. So if I come back up here, I say, where's the class definition again? Class, num type, where T extends iterable event. Okay. T extends iterable event. And then this can be a T, right? Can I do a T? Oh, nice. This is not going to be hard. Bam. Okay, let's see. Iterable. And where else is it used? Nowhere else. Okay, I genericized it. Awesome. But I could put this in a separate class. So let's do that. Add TypeScript iterable event. Bam, bam. Export default iterable event. Bam, like that. Okay. Then come back to event iterator and we import that. Import. Okay. All right, let me be right back.
She's one of those in the first place.
But do we understand?
Hey, just look away.
What a brute.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
She violated. I've pushed people by accident.
Rather we not focus on her actions.
Bad look. He's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine, but don't draw attention to
I
yourself.
don't care if she's a pusher.
What?
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a
They
bit.
want to ruin it for everyone else.
Send the other car and see what they say.
You're saying
Hey,
she's too
nobody
pushy.
died.
You should be more
Can we
afraid.
get a beard in here? Why is it that hard? She just wanted people to clear the path.
She pushed someone
She's one of those
in the first place. But do we understand?
Hey, just look away.
What a brute.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
She violated. I've pushed people by accident.
Rather we not focus on her actions.
Bad look. He's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine. Don't draw attention to yourself.
I don't care if she's a pusher.
What?
All right. Moving right along. Moving right along. Okay. It might be nice to write some unit tests around this. Let's write some friggin' unit tests. Because this is the kind of thing I want to just make sure it's working and not think about it ever again. So we'll do iterable event dot test. Bam, here we go. Import load libs from text. Don't need to load from a URL. No, not that. Load. What am I looking for? Iterable. No. Event iterator. Yeah. Event iterator. Import event iterator. Are you not coming in? Oh, it's like that. All right. Yeah, that one. Okay. So then I named this incorrectly. Okay, let's split this off to the right so I can refer to the code under test on the left. Just right here. So describe an iterator. Okay. Okay. It constructs with an empty array. Of events. Const event iterator. Let's see. And let's see, events. Okay, const events. Yeah. All right. I iterable event. Bam, bam equals bam, like that. Okay. So is it gonna allow me to instantiate this without saying what t is? That seems odd to me. It feels like I need to say something there. I need to say this is a iterable event or something like that. Expect iterator is at end. See what it does. Okay, that worked. How do you know what t is? Maybe if I don't pass t, it just assumes it's going to be an event iterator. Let me try changing it to string and see what happens. Nice, good. Okay. Time. Nice. constraint to my definition. Does that work? No, I don't think so. Let's do a class. Fruit event extends I. Implements. Yeah, okay. So now I need to define get time. And we'll just return a time there. Okay. Time number. Constructor. Time number. This time equals time. Fruit. Tag. String. Fruit. Tag. String. Okay. This. Fruit. Okay. This. Okay. So. Okay, events fruit event. Let's call this a fruit event. Okay. And cool. That's all working. Retrieves events. Okay, const event. Let's do let event. Let event equals iterator. Next. What? Oh, you gotta pass a time. So let's see. Let's do 105. That's gonna return an event. Expect event. Fruit type. To equal apple. Expect event equals Generator next. Nice. It's just all success. Sorts events by time. So that time it did not work. Oh wait, no, it's correct. I just, okay, so if I say 105, I should get banana. If I say 205, I should get apple. There we go. Choose multiple events with same time. Okay, so I say apple and banana. They just reverse order maybe. Do I have an expected order? Let's just say, I don't think that's part of the contract. If they're both there at the same time, I think that I should get them in either order because it's not part of my contract to have one or the other. Two events at the same time. Not part of contract. So I need to test for either. Okay. So we'll just do let found events equals let's see, found banana, found apple. Found banana equals event fruit type equals apple found apple this becomes like a or equal, I believe. What? Truthy. Okay. Let's say here, I'm just going to put the same code here so I don't have to think about it too hard. Okay, that's probably still going to fail. Cool. Let's also console log event. Okay, so it only picked up one. That might be a bug that was in the C# code. Oh, hey, Formal Goose. Well, I released the game I was working on earlier at the beginning of the year, and then I've just been working on this speech recognition platform thing. It's like animated faces and recognizing speech and responding to it and stuff like that. So, yeah. It's all web-based. I decided I wanted to move away from Unity and C# and game engines and stuff like that, and just kind of have all my own code and have it be accessible via web. So yeah. What you been up to? I remember last time we talked, you were like kind of stressing out a little bit over some work stuff. But like it was like almost like fun stress for you. It's like, this is what I do. That was a long while back. You quit. Freedom. No paycheck, but freedom. No, I'm sure you moved on to something else. That's important. That's a big deal. Yeah. Alright, let's see. So, I am... Oh yeah, this one right here should have had more events coming out. So... Yeah, it should have came here. It should have came here. Console log. Boom. This interval events. Let's see if I've got two of them queued up at some point. I suspect I do not. That console log did not output at all. So what does that mean? Is my interval end time being set? Next. Okay, so 105. Okay, it returns there. Okay. Hey, I feel like I might demo something for you, Goose. Let's see if this is still up. Yeah. Alright. This is the face animation stuff. It runs in the web. There's like eyelid levels. And then there's this mouth animation stuff down here. And I can do stuff like I can change the skin color. Have them be light brown. Then the skin color changes, stuff like that. And right now, I'm working on the code that will pull in the lip animation events and use it to get them to talk. So that's what I'm fiddling with at the moment. Okay, so it's not coming here. While this cursor eye less than this event's length, we get a new interval end time. I almost need to step through this. I might put this in browser code instead of unit test code. If it gets too hairy, I'll try a little bit longer with console logging. Okay, so on the first time through, find all events in the interval between previous returned event and the offset time exclusive. Okay, this interval equal greater than the offset time and break. All right. Pushing. Okay, it did push 2 events. It did. It might be that it's expecting me to call with a different offset value on the next call. I think it's, no, that's not part of the contract. Okay, so it pushed 2 events, 0 and 1, as expected. It popped the first. Okay. Okay, so push two events. Okay, pop the first, and then the end time is at 0. I think that's unexpected. That the interval end time at 0 is the part that's unexpected. So when it comes back through the second time, it just the interval end time is less than the offset time. So here's the logic that would have set it. Okay. So I don't know how it's getting 0. That part is messing with me a little bit. Get time there should have returned something else. Good. Okay. Now it's 100 here. That's still good. Like all this stuff in the loop is correct. Oh, here it's set to 99999. And then it popped the event and it didn't return that. It returned 0. Okay. Oh, this must be it right here. Okay. I think I need to leave it at infinity. Is that right? Let me try that. So we'll make one extra check. We'll say that if this interval events length, if it's empty, if there's no more interval events, then we'll set that end time to 0. Okay, that fixes it. That fixes it. Good. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Question is, did I introduce a new bug with that? I hope not. The interesting thing is that there's a bug in the God Killer code too. Okay, so I'll take off the only, make sure it all passes still. Yeah, it still passes. Yank out the console logs so it runs with less noise. Okay. What else do I want to check? I want to check that I can retrieve event right at the beginning. Retrieves event at time offset 0. So for that to happen, it has to go like that. Do-do-do. What? Oh. Yeah, okay. Anything else that seemed pertinent? Let's retrieve an event at the very end. Time offset past last event. And let's do one exactly at the event time. Okay, still good. Let's do retrieves event added after construction. Okay, so we'll do that. Apple, banana. How would I add that? I think because I made these private, what I should do, keep them private. They can be private. What I should do is make a separate method to add events into this. And then I can be sure that this bit of the contract is upheld. Okay. So it's okay to have more events. Yeah, okay, that's what I'll do. Okay. So if I add an event, I also need to sort it. So I need to put it in the right spot inside of that array. So let's do this. Add event T, and then we want to say this events push event, and then sort this again, but maybe let's just encapsulate that in the function. There's some value to having it inside of here, I think. No. Okay. Back out to here. Okay. Function sort events. Then events is just going to be iEvent or iIterable event array. It will sort in place. This can be iterable event. Okay, I'll do sort events, this events. Okay. Nice. Okay, take this down to here. Bam. And then do this. Reset. And I don't even know if I need reset, to be honest, because the style of calling this was much more exposed in the C# class inside of Unity. So in the C# class in Unity, these were not private. You can just grab them, do stuff with them. So since I don't need to do that anymore, reset at least doesn't need to be a public method. So looking at this, call if the list has been cleared or items removed. Okay, so make it private. Can also do clear events or just clear. Just clear. And I don't need to add a method for removing events at this point. I'll wait till I actually need it. Okay, so if I do that, then I can construct here. And I can add my banana iterator. Add event. Banana. It's a little weird to have something called an iterator and also have like a add event thing on it, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's see if this works. It works. Nice. Okay. Okay, then the other thing I wanted to test was going in reverse order. So for that, we say load event equals 105, and that one should be banana. Then we do another one to go take it to 0. We expect this one to be apple. New? Oh. That's just a compilation error. It was undefined, okay. So we say if the offset is earlier than the previous call, we do a reset. That seems good. That seems good. I don't know if add event is working right. Well, let's see. console log this events. Bum, bum. And then just do this one, see what's going on. Wait, no console log? That kind of makes it look like I didn't add my event. Okay, that is what happened. Oh, no, I'm getting confused. That was the previous one. Okay. So okay, it is resetting. So if I reset, which would happen here when I go to 0, this is getting called. Okay, then you keep going down. There shouldn't be anything there. The reset would have cleared the interval events out. Cursor I should be at the beginning. This should be true. I wonder, do I have to reset the interval end time? Let me try that. It's just interesting to me. I'm pretty sure I'm fixing bugs that are also in the Unity code. I just never did this level of testing. Yeah, that was it. So I'm actually testing this much harder now than I did prior. Didn't write as many unit tests inside of Unity because they were a little bit more of a pain in the ass. Okay, so that works fine. Take this back out. Okay. Let's see. It turns no events after clearing. Error clear. Bam. Okay. Okay, so I expect the event to be null. I also expect iterator is at end. Okay. And let's see, does that one pass? It does. This is feeling pretty solid at this point. I want to keep going. I think I've got this guy pretty much down. Let me look at test coverage real quick. Because sometimes it'll point out some lines I didn't hit, and it's nice to make sure those are good. Okay, 57. I got all of the lines in my code coverage except 57. What's that? That one is one of those annoying things where the TypeScript compiler will force me to add this ternary operator to deal with the possibility it thinks of an event coming off of here being null. But I think I can fix this if I just say no. It may be null. It may be null, right? Is there any way I can get that code to execute? Think about it. It would have to be something like the interval time still set. Okay, I think I can get it. I can get it. It's a good test too. It returns null if no events, it returns null after retrieving all events at one time offset. Okay, so we put these both at say 100, and we will just go through this. Event equals iterator next 105, and then one more time. Here we expect event not to be null. Here we expect it to not be null. And then finally, after calling it the third time, it should be null. Cool. So that tested that case and also got me to 100% code coverage inside of event iterator. So I feel pretty good about that class. Let's keep moving. I don't need a speech timeline, do I? Let's go back to lips file util. I'm just going to take that out. I'll recreate it as needed. Okay. Lips file util. That from the text. Okay. Now over here in God Killer, I've got lips file util, and I'm really happy that this is such a short bit of code here. I'll bring this over here. Do another C# to TypeScript port right here. And I like to put it in without changing much, except just what I know we'll need to change for languages. Because this is pretty well tested code. Then after I make sure it's working, then I can fiddle around with it to make it a little bit nicer. I don't. What's that there? What's that going to be? Let's just not use that because I've got another function I can import. Import phoneme devising. There you go. That. C greater than equal A, C less than equal Z, C equals that. Okay, but then this needs to be 3 equals. Okay, that's what? Wow. Oh, I didn't do const. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to use that. Let's just do regular function style instead of the what do you call them? Arrow functions. I'd rather just use arrow functions when they're actually have some utility, like binding to this in a way that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, it's the same thing. JavaScript, they call them arrow functions. C#, lambdas. Okay. Okay, phonemes text. Yeah, let's close this for a bit. Just for now. Okay, this will just be an array. Oh, I will need to define a type. So this will be ellipse event. And what is ellipse event? I'll find out in a moment. Type ellipse event equals, let's see. Let's do class. Class ellipse event implements iterable event. Okay, and then come back over here. I think it's just going to be a viseme and a time. I think that's all it is. Ellipse event. Yeah, so I need a viseme. I need a time. Yeah, pretty easy. Okay. Web paste. Okay. Time, number, constructor, and this will be time, number, viseme. Get time. What? Wow. Oh, no function. Yeah, okay. So I take that, and then I gotta go expand the vocabulary of my IDE. Oops, it's a thing. It's a real thing. It's a word that I invented that you need to learn. Okay, speech add TypeScript file, and we'll do ellipse event. Okay, import that. This is going to be events, ellipse event equals, bam, like that. Okay. Then frame node. just get rid of that number, it's redundant. And that phoneme. No, that's redundant too. Okay. I'll just keep deleting the stuff that I've already got. Okay, did that, did all this initialization, so now I've got our loop here. It's a big loop. Less than phonemes, that's just lowercase. Yep. Const equals. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm just happy that I don't have to think through this code again. Okay, is phoneme car. Cool. Don't need that. Okay, then we do const. I think. Const viseme equals phoneme to viseme, and we pass in the phoneme. I think that's fine. This is a slight change from my logic, but I think it's fine. I don't need to recreate that. Okay, cool. Okay, events. Now this departs a little bit, right? No, it's the same. It's the same. Okay. Push new lips event, and it's going to be the time frame number divided by frames by second. Oops, I'm getting confused. Like that. Okay, there's the time. In fact, let's just assign it right here. Time equals okay, and then we just do new time viseme. That is the event. Yeah, this isn't going to be too hard. Okay, so I got all of this loop. Pretty sure I didn't change anything that would mess it up. This here. You know what? Even inside of God Killer, I never used this lip structure. I think it's just an empty object with the event array inside of it. So I'll just return an event array. I don't need to create a timeline object or anything. Okay. You don't need viseme, huh? You don't need the end phoneme car? I better double check that. back to GK. Oops, file UTL. Oh, used it in an assertion. So since I took out that assertion, it's no longer needed. I like to delete code that I don't use. Don't need that. Don't need Visio. Okay, cool. Let's write some tests for this too. Okay, add directory. Okay. Okay. Import, what's it called? Load libs from text. Okay. Describe. Libs file util. Describe. Okay, if the file is empty, it should just return an empty array of events. Const libs text equals const events libs event const oops, let's do this. Load libs from text. Okay, and we'll do libs text and say I expect the events to equal, and let's do expected, because then I can just make a whole bunch of these and I'll edit the values and I'll just have the same test, but the values of the variables will change. Expected libs event bam bam equals bam bam. Okay, we'll see how well that does. Okay, I need to add another file. Preferences. Okay, like that. Come back over to here. Okay, so that passed. Let's keep doing them. Okay. Let me think. E, I mean, a dot on the end. Did I say there has to be like a space? Let me go check the file format. I think I did say there's got to be a space on the end all the time. Open with text edit. And then is there a space? Yeah. That was my rule. Made the parsing logic much simpler. Always must be a space after the period. All right, let's do K. I can see that. That works. No? Oh, putting the time offset a little bit. That's a little strange. I didn't expect that. Yeah, 0.04. Is that like frame number 1? Let's see. 1 divided by 20. Close. Oops, fine till time equals frame node divided by frames per second. Oh, 24. Yeah. So you put that on frame 1. Definitely want to get this right. Yeah, it's a strange thing to write tests for this code and see that I had bugs in my production code, but didn't notice them until now. It's a testament to unit testing. So let's think about this logic. So we look at each character in the text. Whenever we encounter a space, we know we're no longer in the phoneme, and we increase the frame number. But otherwise we'd say if we're not in the phoneme, then we'll say we are in the phoneme now. And we'll increase the frame number. And that's an off by 1. Yeah, because the very first one should be 0. Thought I was going to get out of thinking about this code, but I have to. Because I found a bug, and I don't want a bug. Now what if I just set the frame number to -1 initially? If it was at -1, it would be okay for the case where the first character was in a phoneme, but I don't know if it would be right for the case where there's spaces at the beginning. I think I never saw this before just because the 1/24 of a second is just so... it's such a small amount of time. It's not really perceptible. But I'm building this to last. I don't want to bring in bugs. I want it to be right. I want it to be... I don't have to think about it that much. Like, I mean, after I get the bugs out, I don't want to have to come back to the code. I don't have to think about it that much. I want to forget about how it works. And that's why I want to fix bugs now instead of later. Okay. So we're not in the phone, and the phone's true. Frame number advances. Think of some different cases here. There's like KK. So if I did -1 and I walk through, the first space would put me at frame number 0. That's okay, because then when we come back around, it's going to say not in the phoneme. It'll increase frame number by 1. I think saying that to -1 could just fix everything. Down here, what's the logic like down here? If it is a phoneme car, then we keep adding to this little phoneme thing. Okay. Let me try that. Okay, now we're passing again. Let me get out of coverage. Just go to regular tests. It's just a little bit nicer while I'm developing to use that. Okay, so back to the test. Get rid of that. Let's put this to the right. Okay. Let's call this a parses a phoneme on frame 0. Okay, expect events to equal expected. And this will work too. There is a thing like, hang on, let's try this. 1 divided by frames per second. Let's make that an export. Okay, export. See how that does. Nice. Okay. And let's do some of these other cases. Parses 2 consecutive phonemes. Okay. That's going to be boom, boom, boom. 1 divided by frames per second. Don't like that. Looks like another kind of off by 1 type problem. So I expected the second one to be here. gotta check on something with my wife real quick. I'm gonna be right back. Bum, 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 bum.
She's one of those types in the first place. But do we understand?
Hey, just look away.
What a bruise.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
Violet, I've pushed people by accident.
I'd rather we not focus on her
The
actions.
bad look, he's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine. Don't draw attention to
I
yourself.
don't care if she's a pusher.
Right.
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a
They
bit.
want to ruin it for everyone else.
Let's hit the other car and see what they say.
You're saying
Hey,
she's too
nobody
pushy.
died.
You should be more
Can we
afraid.
get a beard in here? Why is it that hard? She just wanted people to clear the path.
She pushed someone.
She's one of those types in the first place. But do we understand?
Hey, just look away.
What a bruise.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
Violet, I've pushed people by accident.
I'd rather we not focus on her
The
actions.
bad look, he's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine. Don't draw attention to
I
yourself.
don't care if she's a pusher.
Right.
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a bit.
They want to ruin it for everyone else.
Let's hit the other car and see what they say.
You're saying
Hey,
she's too
nobody
pushy.
died.
You should be more
Can we
afraid.
get a beard in here? Why is it that hard? She just wanted people to clear the path.
She pushed someone.
She's one of those types in the first place. But do we understand?
Hey, just look away.
What a bruise.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
Violet, I've pushed people by accident.
I'd rather we not focus on her
The
actions.
bad look, he's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine. Don't draw attention to
I
yourself.
don't care if she's a pusher.
Right.
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a bit.
They want to ruin it for everyone else.
Let's hit the other car and see what they say.
You're saying
Hey,
she's too
nobody
pushy.
died.
You should be more
Can we
afraid.
get a beard in here? Why is it that hard? She just wanted people to clear the path.
She pushed someone.
She's one of those types in the first place. But do we understand?
Hey, just look away.
What a bruise.
Pushing on its own doesn't matter.
Violet, I've pushed people by accident.
I'd rather we not focus on her
The
actions.
bad look, he's upset, but he's always upset.
She's probably fine. Don't draw attention to
I
yourself.
don't care if she's a pusher.
Right.
We'll go back to normal. Just wait a bit.
They want to ruin it for everyone else.
So, yeah. So it's kind of doing a one-off thing there. So the time it returned put it at frame 2 instead of 1. And I didn't expect that. So let's think about this. It comes through, starts at frame number -1. It's going to come through, it will say that C does not equal space. And it will not be in a phoneme yet, phoneme. But here it'll say it's true. It's going to up the frame number. Okay. Okay, then it's gonna check and see, are we in a phoneme character? What are those? Anything except a little period at the end, basically. If we are, then put the C. Okay. grab the viseme as soon as we're out of it, basically when it gets to the period. So, okay. So, on letter 0, we're still here. Frame numbers become 0. Then loop back to the top, get the next character, not letter. Number 1. So that'll be the period. It's not a space. Then we move on to if not in phoneme. It is in the phoneme now, though. Is it a phoneme card? No, it's the period. Okay, so then we say we're still in frame number. 0. We get the viseme. The time is going to be 0. We push the first event, which will be for consonant viseme at time 0. Okay, so that's still fine. I'm pretty sure that code works as expected. Okay, then loop back around. And now we're on this space right here. Okay, for that. This might actually be correct. Now I'm thinking about it. Like the results might be correct. And my test could be wrong. Because now I think about it, the space is not needed as a separator. I just have to have it at the end. That's all it was. So if I come back and look at these files, it's probably the case that at least here all of my phonemes were intentionally having one frame spaced between them. But I'm pretty sure that I've got some other examples, like in I'll go look through. I'll find some where they're right next to each other, just jammed together. So let's go look for that. Make sure I'm remembering the contract correctly. So it's gonna be an audio, speech. Yeah, there's one. I can see right there. Open with text edit. Yeah, so sometimes they're right next to each other. So space actually means skip a frame. The one little trick here is that there always has to be a space on the end in the file. Although I'm thinking it'd be nice to just write some code that makes it so it's not necessary. Let's do that. So we'll say if phonemes text ends with period, phonemes text plus equals space. Fixing this here, changing the ending mix ending car allows loop logic below to be simplified. To not have end of file special casing. Okay. So that's true. Then let's do that. Bam. and my test should pass. What? Really? Really? What? I'm using the same code that parsed all those files. I ported it. I must introduce something that changed it. Because it's waiting for that space to say that I've gotten out of it. It's waiting for the space. Well, let me see if that other change I just made broke other stuff. Let me put that back like that. Okay. That's fine. Cool. I like that. Okay, that's good. And I just need to fix this. I'm guessing what happened is the code in Unity dropped these. It said this is a foreign phoneme. KK phoneme could not be mapped to a viseme. This is kind of strange because I just don't know how this would have dealt with that. Yeah, okay, it's just dropping phonemes that don't map here. So it would have kind of silently dropped those phonemes that were right next to each other. So I'm fixing another bug that's in the original game. So good for me. Good for me. Put this guy back in. Is it kind of like this? If we say else if C equals end phoneme car, then I could just key it off of this. Just take this out here. I think So if I get here, then I say if I get to this period, I say I'm not in the phoneme. Ah, I broke some stuff. Okay, so that was not correct. I need to think this through instead of throwing stuff up against the wall to see if it works. Okay, so let's start with the very first one. Does that one work? It does. Okay. I think this one fails. Yeah, okay, let's figure that out. So I thought it was going to give me that dude there. What would it have done? So on the first frame, it says, is C equal to that? No. Is it the end phoneme caret? No. Otherwise, we say, are we not in the phoneme? No, we're not. We will be now. We'll increase this frame number to 1. Okay, then we ask, is this a phoneme car? Yes, it is. So we add to the phoneme the letter K. Otherwise, and actually I don't know if it's ever going to get here. In fact, I can move this code up to here. That would be a lot simpler. In fact, yeah, this code's going to get simplified. So we just say we never add a phoneme unless we find the end phoneme car. Time equals frame rate. Boom, push that. Bam, okay. And I think we can just assume at this point anything that's not a space or the end car is part of the phoneme. Concatenate that, okay. What else can I simplify? Yeah, it's almost like I just want to write this a little bit from scratch. Let's put this back to 0. Okay, we'll say the frame number should just always be where the next detected phoneme will be whatever frame it will be on. Okay, so whenever we see a space, we're going to bump the frame number, and that might be the only time we need to update the frame number. No, there's one other one. It's right after we add this event, because the next frame number will be there. Okay. Okay. I don't even think we need this in phoneme logic anymore. Okay, so if it's the end phoneme car, I'm going to kind of walk through this with my brain. Okay, let's take the first one. K, on the first one through, it's just adding this to here. Frame number is going to be 0. Okay, next one through, it's going to get the period, or the end phoneme car, and it's going to say whatever we got. Time equals 0. I'll push that, and I'll advance the frame number, because the frame number is always going to be the frame number of the next visine that we find. Okay. Phoneme gets reset. Okay. Hop down. And we're done. Okay, so that should clear that unit test. Okay. Let's go on to the next one. Cool. Cool. Well, and this is the one that failed before. I think it'll pass now. Nice. Okay. Parses to spaced phonemes. Nice. Okay. Parses a rest phoneme. What? Okay. What? Oh, I know why. Because rest is 0. It's an enum of 0. I can fix it. I can fix it. That was good though. It just caught a bug. I'm catching a lot of bugs with these unit tests, which is great. Honestly, it's good stuff. Visine equals undefined, or not equals undefined. Okay. Pass. I'll pass it. Okay. Let me see what I might have missed with the test coverage. It's probably going to just say the URL loading stuff. Okay. Lips file util 8. Let's see what 8 is. 35 to 38. I think it's just the URL stuff. Yeah. Okay, that's 8. Oh, I guess this never gets called by anything, so I'll delete it. That's cool. I got this down to a much smaller amount of code, and it removed bugs, so all good. All good. Do I want to mock stuff in order to load something from a URL? I don't think so. I don't think so. Although one thing I could do, I could put all this URL loading stuff in a, I could put that in a different utility class, because I wanted speech file util to have load speech from URL, and then it could load both of these things and could just pass them to the text that was loaded off to those functions. So yeah, let's do that. Speech add TypeScript file, and it will be speech file util. Okay, we'll take this guy. Come back over here. Bam. And let's see. Load speech from URL. I'll want some kind of speech event or speech type. What does that look like? Let's do class speech, and it's going to be an audio buffer. Okay, let's make it private. Private loops events. It's going to be loops event array, bam, like that, and then constructor. Do I want to set anything in the constructor? I mean, I have to. Okay. I just make this be something simple. Just one of those things where you just have this constructor set some values and the class doesn't actually do any work. At least not for loading these guys. So we'll pass in an audio buffer. Okay. And we'll pass in the events. Okay. And then this audio buffer equals audio buffer. Okay, this lips events equals lips events. Okay. What? I'll get to it, don't worry. Okay, this is going to be speech. Now, I do wonder if I want to use speech. The problem with the word speech is it's both plural and singular. So I'm just thinking for a moment if I want to give it a better singular name. What is it exactly? It's a speech. Speech. What about speech audio? No, audio is another shared plural singular word. It is speech audio though. Okay, let's use that. probably worth wrapping this code or refactoring it into a fetch text or something like that. And then this status check can be present. But don't do that right now. Not right now. Okay, we'll do async function load libs from URL and put the original code there. And that will return libs event. Okay, and we'll just move this over there. What? Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay. Const libs events equals await. Load libs from URL, and then I need libs URL. And then this, I want to be the WAV URL. Const libs URL equals. I've written this code to replace the extension before, so I'll definitely want to refactor that into a utility class. So let's do that. I kind of hate to add a common directory, but maybe it's okay. Add directory common. Becomes a kitchen sink if I'm not careful. But also what I can do is just use that common directory to put stuff into until I recognize a pattern and then break it out into a different directory after that. Okay, path util, let's see. Export function. Replace. This is really URL util. Okay, URL string, new extension. Okay, so I really don't feel like importing some other library to do this, even though it's very common. Oh, hiccup. What? Oh, you have to return something. Okay. So let's see. Need to be able to change like. Alright. So, using my knowledge of what can be in a URL or URI, let's see that the parsing should be find. Let's see. Let's do a few more, just so I can be thinking about all of the cases. Subpath, bam, like that. There's some weird ones too. It's technically just fine to have subpath.ping like that. Okay, the other one I have to worry about is x equals, yes, this probably isn't technically a valid URL because you would encode this so that the period would be like, you know, the escaped version of a period. Let me see if that's truly true. We'll say duck duck duck. Okay, q equals plus. Let's do localhost x equal dog.ping. No, it's leaving it. What if I do q equal, let's see, x equal dog.ping. Okay, that is like something that will be preserved. So okay. Those are basically my test cases too. So the key would be, you say, where is the query string separator, if there is one. Then you go from that character, you go backwards to the first .p or the first period. And then replace that. That's basically the algorithm. Okay. So first we check for query string. Const query string pos equals URL index, last index of boom. And then if I don't give a position, it'll just search from the end. I can name this a little bit better. No, let's do this. Const resource npos equals query string pos equals -1. If it does, then we just say URL length 1 past the end. Otherwise, use that. Okay. So then look for the extension. Equals URL last index of gets a little bit tricky too, because if I go back from let's see, from here, it would find the period on the domain. So I need some kind of range to give up on, and I think it will be the first path separator. So let's find the first path separator first. Or the last path separator. Last path separator equals URL last index of and resource impulse. And if it's not there, then it's an invalid URL. If last path separator -1, then I don't want to throw an error. Let's just in that case, let's just return the original URL. I know a lot of people like to use regular expressions to do this kind of thing, but regular expressions, I never remember what the fuck they do when I look at them. I just figure them out while I'm writing them, and then I can't come back and see what the fuck they're doing without getting deep into them. So I'm down on regular expressions. I just don't like them. Okay, so extension pos equals the last index of a period starting from the resource in pos. Okay. Okay, now if extension pos is less than or equal to the last path separator, it wouldn't ever be equal to the last path separator. So let's take that out. Then you return the URL unchanged because there's no extension found in it. Otherwise, we say return it's going to be, let's see, let's just do this thing to make it easy on the caller, because I'll always forget. I will always forget if I need to have the extension parameter start with a period or not. So let's just say that if it doesn't, we'll just prepend it, prefix it. Starts with new extension equals new extension. Okay, so here the first one is going to be URL substring start from beginning, go to extension pos, and that will not be inclusive of the period. That's the first one. Then we do new extension. Then we do substring resource emboss. Okay. So that needs testing. Add what's it called? Replace URL extension. I kind of like changing this to resource. That's more specific. Okay. Describe. Okay. I'm just gonna drop all these guys in. 'Cause these are a pretty good set of tests. Ah. Okay. Okay. It. Replaces a resource extension. End of URL. Const URL equals const extension equals no const expected equals expect sometimes the autocomplete stuff, the IntelliSense, is actually an obstacle because it gets in the way of me seeing what I'm trying to type. But it does more good than harm. Let's see how well that did. Passed. That's the first one done. Next one. I'll just say, yeah, that's kind of the most simple, straightforward case right there. Cool. Do it. So far, so good. Okay, replaces a resource extension. Followed by a query string. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. What's the last one? No extension. Oh. Makes no replacement to resource without extension. Trap dot. Yeah, just make it be the same. Calcinin, I know a little bit of Java. A little bit. Used to write Java about 10 years back. But yeah, I jump around between different languages, but the main ones I deal with now are TypeScript, JavaScript, C#. Sure. I'll try. I'll try. Okay, so then this guy, yeah. Okay, that all passes. So then come back to, well, let's see my test coverage. Test coverage. Okay, and where's it? Early till 7 and 8. It's still missing. So what's that? Oh, yeah. Let's make sure this works. Okay. So, but yeah, just type out your question in chat. Okay, there it is. Okay, string input text field, and I want to write an if that checks that the name only has the letters like A to Z and 3 other letters from the Swedish alphabet. Okay. All right. So, okay. What they enter, you get as a string. Okay. So, okay, you have a string input text field, and you want to write an if that checks that the name only has letters like A to Z and 3 others. Basically, want to make sure the user can have boom as a name or like 2 as a name. Okay. So keep in mind, I'm not in Java right now, but I think the pattern you want is something like this. Okay. So I'm just going to write it out in JavaScript, but you say like, actually I can kind of remember Java enough I can get the syntax closer. So it's going to be like string allowed characters equals, and then just put in like, just put everything you want to be allowed. You know, you might have to be a little bit wordy here. You know, like you do the whole alphabet, you do also, you know, your characters that have those umlauts and stuff. I can't type them too well, but you know, your 3 A's or something like that. Okay. And then you need some kind of loop that looks at each character in the string. So I think I'm having trouble because I'm having to jump around between different languages in my head. But I think it's like int I equals this. Let's see. You've got some function that you're going to call. And it's going to be whatever the syntax is here, but it's going to be your in text, string in text. You want to return like a Boolean value. I think it's going to be like function. What's it? I just forget like all the syntax for declaring a function. But so I less than in text length. Okay, I'm gonna help you with the stuff that you're actually having a little bit of trouble with. You know, like if you tell me like there's some aspect of it that you can't figure out, I'll help with that. But I don't want to just like write all the code for you. So you need something like this. You say car equals C in text I, right? And you say if allowed characters index of, or whatever's called in Java, find, whatever it is. You've got some kind of thing that searches for one string inside of another. Equals not found, return false. Otherwise, return true. The syntax on that's going to be all wrong because I'm not loaded in with Java. But think about that though. So you say you want to allow characters in capital. You could add them in here in capital, right? Because any character that's in here is going to be allowed. And then you've got a basic loop through the string. You get each character, you say, is it in my allowed character list? If it's not, then I'm going to return false. And if you get through all the characters in your string, and none of them were disallowed, then you'll return true. The loop is because you want to check each character in your text field, right? So you have your string input text field. So text field. Well, are you saying that numbers are allowed? If you are, then you just add them into this. Whatever letters you want to allow, you say they go in this part here. Numbers are not allowed. So if they're not allowed, then you just take them out. It's like what this will contain whatever you say are the allowed characters. And, you know, like if you copy and paste this into Java, it won't be the right syntax, but I don't think that's the part you're having trouble with. Well, so you could do this. You could add in like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, etc. for all the uppercase letters. It's like you're in control here with this allowed characters. You just put whatever you want to allow right there. Yeah. Anyways, I'll paste this to chat just in case it's helpful that way. Yeah. Go. Boom. Bam. Drop that in. Oh, stop. No, just stop. And down, okay, down, okay, paste it in, bam. Okay. So that, oh, connect to chat, go ahead and connect to chat, there you go. Connect to chat, go ahead Twitch, do it. Stop telling me welcome, just let me paste my thing. Okay, there we go. Anyways. Alright, good luck, Cal Conan. Okay. Okay, my unit tests I'll pass. Do I have the test coverage on it? It was URL util 7 and 8. What was 7 and 8? Oh yeah, if I pass a bad URL. I also want to turn off warn, so we'll say console warn equals nothing. Const was warn equal console warn, and put it back. Console warn equals was warn. See how that does. Perfecto. Alright, so I got that. And then this. Let's just make it replace. Bam, wow whirl. And then we'll say we're going to make it be lips.text. Bam, okay. And I also need to load the wave. And I've written code for this before, so it'd be good to just reuse that. Async function load WAV from URL string. Okay. Also, it kind of makes sense for me to not throw an error here, but instead just return some empty events. Yeah, like that. That just means no lips file is present, but I can still load the WAV file. Okay. Load WAV file from URL. Okay. Let's go find what I already wrote for this. Open. What's the other one I did? Conversations. New window. Mumbles. No. Audio. Load audio util. Yeah. I'm just going to take this as it is, copy it right over, call it good. Go to web paste, and it's time to start, bam, a new directory for audio. Bam. Add TypeScript file. Load audio util. Bam. Bam. The audio context. That's a file that's worth bringing over too. Conversations. Let me think though. Do I have that in SL Web Speech? File. Open SL Web Speech. Do I already have? I'm opening so many projects. Boom. The audio context here. This is the better, newer version. But I was gonna end up refactoring it. So, okay, copy that. Bring it over. The audio context. Go. Oh, not a directory. I want a file. This particular file. It's just a pretty robust way to just grab the audio context and reuse it. Also to check on if things are playing or not. Okay. Get sources, attach source, release source, clear source is the same plane. Offline. Wow. Okay. Okay. So That's pretty good. Come back to load audio, and we'll just grab it from the same directory there. Okay, this is going to load away from a URL. Okay. Come back to here. And this is already implemented. So, say const audio buffer equals load WAV from Euro WAV Euro. Okay. Got the lips events. Then we return new speech audio, and it's going to include the audio buffer and the lips events. Okay. What? Could be null. Now, do I really need to allow that to be null? I don't think I do. What if I just take this null out? What happens? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, back to here. Return new. What? What's the problem? Oh, it's got to be a promise. That's right. Okay. What next? Await. Okay. Okay. So then I can take the speech audio and put it someplace else. Now what? I'm getting to that. Okay. Then I gotta decide, does it go in audio or speech audio? I think it goes in speech audio. Export default speech audio. Bam, like that. Okay, come back to here. We import speech audio. Okay. Now, to actually do something with this, we say play. Okay. I think I've got some other code that will play some audio. Let me go back to conversations. Audio. Load audio, play audio. Okay. I'm going to take that. I'm going to copy it over. Play audio. Okay, and this will use the audio context. That's all good. So bring this back over to web face, and it's going to be called play audio util. Add TypeScript. Okay. Let's do better than that. If it's an audio source, am I right? No, maybe? No? Okay, what are the sources? Get sources. Sources, get sources, get sources. It's going to grab that from the audio context. What is get sources? Audio buffer source node. Fine. you tell? What's still broken? What's still broken up here? Maybe. You show the bug. Show the friggin' bug. There it is. Okay. So we're good. Just go relative instead of absolute. Okay. Then we go back to speech audio. Play. We want to import play audio buffer. Play audio buffer. This audio buffer. Can leave that as null. What does it return? Does it return like an audio source? I feel that should be optional, so let's go fix that. That's not hard. Say unended equals null. Equals null. There we go. Okay, it will return the source, just so that it's a little bit easier for me to see that. Let me add that guy. Okay. That also means I'll be able to stop it myself when I want to. So let's add a source, audio buffer source node. I guess or null. Then I gotta do something with the lips events. What am I doing? I think I'm setting a timer. I'm setting a timer. That timer is gonna check for new visemes as it's playing. Is playing. Get return this audio buffer source node not equal null. Okay. I always forget the friggin' syntax for properties. Ugh. We just had it. And something else. What was the other thing that had it? Something else I wrote today. Speech audio, orbit player, lips event. Nope, it's not that. It's going to be capital letter. This one right here. Get is at end. Got it. So I had it reversed. Okay. If this is plain, stop. This buffer system. Stop. This. There we go. Okay. Then that means I'm also going to have a callback for the end. Unended. I'll say this unended. Okay. Play audio, and what's gonna pass the source? Okay. So let's go back to speech. Okay. Okay, next thing I need to do is set a timer to check for new visings. And for that to work, by the way, okay, I'll get to that. I do think I don't need to store this though. I need the iterator. That's what I actually need. So let's see. We'll call this ellipse iterator. Event iterator. Ellipse event. Okay. It can be passing events. Okay. All right. And we need the time that we started playing. Start play time. Number. Okay. Need an interval timer. Private. On check for visemes. Interval. No. Check for visemes interval. Time. Timer. Is that what it is? Or no. Okay. This. Check for time. No. Okay. So if we start playing, then we need to clear an existing timer. No, but also clear it. Clear interval. And then this. Clearly that's wrong. Well, what's the type you're expecting? A timeout. Timeout is what you want. Okay. Okay, what's the difference? What? Clear interval. If I said timeout, maybe it's the wrong timeout. Oh, you're saying it could be null. So we'll just say if it's not null. There we go. Okay. So when we start playing, we need to start a timer. And we'll do I think let's do it as a little closure thing inside of here. Let's say this check revising timeout equals what's it, set interval, and like that. The other part of it was I would like the frame rate that it checks at to be based upon that 24 frames per second. So we'll do what's that sampling theory? It's like a sampling theory. It says how many times you should check on something. Yeah, I'm being too rigorous. Let's get it working. Okay. Const. Check. Visine interval equals frames per second times 2. Okay, that. Then let's see. While let's see. Let visine equals this ellipse events ellipse iterator. Next. And then I want to pass elapsed. Elapsed will be date now minus when we started. this start playtime. Okay, this start playtime. Okay. Next, and this will just be elapsed. Wow, noisy. Okay, then I want publish event, and the topic will be Viseme. And then let's see where else I did this to make sure I do it the same way. Okay, it's just passing the Viseme, that's it. Okay. But this is not a Viseme, this is a Lips event. And we'll say Lips event. Maybe I should do a property get on that. I like that. Let's do a property get. Okay. Just make these both private. Private. And property. Let's see. No, it's a get Viseme return this Viseme. Okay. See if I broke my tests. I did. Oh, wow. That's just because I've got code that's not compiling. Okay. Okay, so while lips event, Viseme. Okay, and then this will be lips event again. Well, okay, check for Viseme's timeout. Okay, so it's going to publish that event to my pub sub, and the face will pick up the Viseme. Then it gets the next one. Okay, this has to get set. This start playtime equals right now. Okay. I think maybe I'll put this stuff in here. And let's just call stop up here. Just call stop, and that'll just make sure everything's clean and reset. And I only have to keep this logic working in one place. Clearing that, start playtime, fine. Okay. So as soon as I start playing, it's going to begin checking for Visemes with the iterator. I'm pretty close to trying this thing out and seeing if it works. Let's see how my tests are doing now. Also, why? Interesting. I don't know why you say it can be static because I'm calling stop. Maybe because I need to do this. Yeah. So I have no idea what stop would have called. Weird. Okay. Let's see how my tests are doing. They're fine. They're fine. Okay, next. let's go. I think to the app. Okay, is this everything still loading? Yep. Okay. So just for now, I'm going to use the same on-click thing to play something. Let's say const speech audio. Speech audio equals load speech from URL, and we'll load it at speech, and what was it called? Face public. Oh, this should probably be renamed. Rename that to speech. Called could you stay? Okay. Speech could you stay .wav. Let me try. What? What? That's fine. What's wrong with this? Oh, yeah. Cool. Okay. But I'm wondering if my tests cover this type of URL. Let's go find that test. Okay, still good. So then go back to app. Okay, let's say on click, we're gonna play speech audio, play. This might do something. Okay, that's on 42. Yeah, well, the compiler could have told me about that. Okay, so there's some loading error. Oh, audio context was not allowed to start. Okay, I understand that. So what I have to do is wait for some kind of gesture. And we'll say it won't be here. Okay, so if not speech audio. Download speech audio. Then speech, audio, play, bam, like that. Otherwise, just play it. It's a little easier to just invert it and do speech, audio, play, and return. Otherwise, we'll do bam, all this business. Okay, now let's try it again.
Could you stay over here?
Okay, so it did play the audio.
Could you stay over here?
Looks like I've got no. Yeah, that's just this binding. Okay, let's go back over here. Speech audio. So this is actually pretty easy. We just do this, stop. And just get rid of this guy.
Could you stay over here?
Okay, and there's this stuff here. Phoneme could not be mapped to a viseme. And there's some just gobbledygook. I just don't get this. What's all that junk about? Okay, phoneme to viseme. Coming pretty close to the end of the session. I would love to see the animation before I stop, but I might not get in time. Okay, phoneme to viseme. That's garbage. So I don't know what the issue with that is, so let's back up a little bit further. Let's just go into here and let's try it again. Okay, so what does it look like? Phonemes text. Oh, it's a whole friggin' doc type nonsense thing. What is that? Let me see that. Okay, so that's kind of like it's not loading the text. But maybe that's just like a 401 type of a thing. Let me see. Do I need to restart the web server? That could be the
Could
case.
you stay over here?
Okay. Not that one. This one. I will fix these though. I will fix those. Expected bump, found that. So color util. Let's go fix that real quick. Was it 42 you said? Okay. Oh, that's from some code I grabbed. Okay, I'm just gonna run start fresh. Make sure that that's not the cause of the issue. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's still doing that bullshit. Okay, let's back up from over here. What's the URL? Speech, could you stay over here? It's missing. Okay, I replaced it with text instead of txt, so it's like a 400 thing. Okay, so come back to speech file util, change that to xt, and then start over.
Could you stay over here? Could you stay over here?
Okay. So it successfully loaded the events. It played one of them, like the Visemes. Like there was one Viseme change.
Could you stay over here? Could you stay over here? Could you stay over here?
Okay. Let's see what my events are. That looks pretty friggin' healthy. So it's probably my playback code that has got problems. Yeah, that looks pretty good right there. It's gonna be my playback code.
Could you stay over here?
Okay, what's elapsed? Elapsed 3515, so basically. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so did it return something? Cool. So very early on, it gets this first Viseme. And this is a set interval, so it should come back and hit this again, again, and again, and again. It might be smarter for me to figure out some other event to base this off of than a timeout going again and again, because yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So we got that. Then I should have another Lips event come through. Lapsed is what, 105, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, now we got another Lips event. It's different. Yeah, it's getting them. It's getting them. Now they're all coming together in one big clump, which isn't good. I wonder. if my interval's bad. Yeah, because that's frames per second. I didn't set the interval correctly. Okay. So let's come back here, fix that. Equals 1000 divided by frames per second times 2. Then let's try it again.
Could you stay over here?
Okay.
Could you stay over here?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's not playing others. Getting into like one of those Schrodinger's cats things where I'm changing the results of the experiment by observing it in the debugger at least. So let's console log. Okay.
Could you stay over here?
Okay, so all these fired very fast. Okay, I see the issue. So I need to do conversion between seconds and milliseconds. Now it's making sense. So I'll just say elapsed equals divided by 1,000. All right.
Could you stay over here?
That's it. I did it.
Could you stay over here? 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 Could you stay over here?
Okay. That's it. That's victory. That's what I was trying to get done. So yeah, I'm going to wrap this up here. Right on time for me to go get some dinner with my wife. Console log. Don't want to leave any junk in there. That's good. Then come over here and check in a shitload of new files. I love it. Get add source. This has been a very productive day. Load speech, audio, and play it back with animation. Damn, that's a good session. All right, wrapping it up now. For anyone hanging out with me, I appreciate it. Come join me again sometime. You know, I'm a friendly guy. You can lurk, you can ask questions, wherever you want to. But I'm gonna take off, and I'll catch you later. Boom, stopping the stream.